Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope everybody's doing well today. Today is Triforce Tuesday, week 27, I think. I think it's 27. Wind Waker, week 7. And we're going to be doing more of the main story, luckily, for you guys. Not a ton of side quests and aimless sailing. Time to wake some winds. Last we left off, we finished up the Earth Temple. And luckily for us, we will actually be getting right back into more of the main story. Well, after a quick pit stop, but mostly right back into the main story. Hope you're doing well. I'm working on re-fixing OBS this morning. Good luck, health. I hope you're doing well too. Let's see. Okay, I've got 2 treasure charts here. See if I remember all my songs that I've learned. Everything sound okay for you guys? Audio levels alright? Where are you going, buddy? Sound is good, thank you, health. Appreciate it. Drop off some pictures. Mr. Picture Boy. Start with 1. Yes, yes, yes. You say the same thing every time, dude. Oh, he didn't like the chew. He did say he's seen it before, right? Yes, okay. And he made one of that, okay. And that. Good. Hey, what's up, Caddy? How's it going? Still in bed, taking advantage of the day off. Nice. I'll go Wind Waker. I just started. Just grabbing a couple things before I go back to the main quest here. I'm assuming it's going to be very dead today, probably. With the day off for most people. Like how these cannons are firing at me, but then as soon as I pull out my baton, all of a sudden they just stop. Oh, wait. He's got a baton. Give him a chance. How far into the game do you think you are percentage-wise? Maybe 70 plus? Ooh. Ah. Wait, am I going... Did I... Wait. Am I dumb? I think I'm dumb. Going the wrong way. What am I doing? Gonna get some coffee. Upgrade from mobile to laptop. Cool. Enjoy your coffee. Did my stream go down? Am I live? Can you guys see me? Anybody? Please let me know. Yes? Good. Did it go down? What's up, Hocus? That's weird. Okay. Alright, thank you. Hope you're doing well today, Hocus. Good to see you. Look, he's like an Octorok. Bam. Thank you for the good luck, Hocus. What? We learned the Wind God's aria. Who is it? Who are you? Are you the new hero? I am Fado. Fado? Fado? I don't know. I think I typically say Fado. So that's what I'm gonna say. If you say it different, that's your problem. First day back at home. I'm tired already. Had an early morning. How early is early? Welcome back home. I am Fado, the king of... the king? There's nowhere in this... I am Fado of the Kokiri tribe. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's wrong with me. I know I appear to you as a child, but the eyes can oft deceive. I am a most esteemed sage. I had been praying here so that the power... yes, okay. I had been praying here so that the power to repel evil would continue to be contained within the blade of the Master Sword. But I was attacked by the evil Ganondorf, and this is what happened to me. Oh no. You wish to return the power to your blade, don't you? I guess. In that case, look for the one who has the same instrument that I hold and teach him the song you just played. I know who it is. I know who it is. Once you do, I'm certain the holder of the instrument will feel the blood of the sages awaken within his veins. That Wind Waker you hold was used long ago to conduct us sages when we played our song to call upon the gods. In those days, it was always... There's the king. It was always the king who conducted for us. Please tell the king that I will still play even in the next world. Neat. Like 7:30 a.m. too early for me. Last night, I had not one, but two completely separate stress dreams. Well, I had 4 dreams altogether that I can recall, but 2 completely different stress dreams about missing stream today. Like, I had forgotten about it or something, and I was doing other things, and then I looked at the time, it was like 10:40, and be like, oh no, I never streamed, and I was all stressed out about it. So that's really cool. And then I had 2 other unrelated stress dreams. Good evening. Letters for Bob. We have one letter. Here's your letter. Parcel's been sent COD. Postage is 10 rupees. Excuse me. Yo, how you been, man? I gotta tell you, you really helped me out back there at the mail center. I appreciate it. I've been trying real hard ever since then, but my postman skills are still weak. I just can't seem to hit 22 letters. I doubt I'll ever be as good as you, man. So anyway, I've been hearing all kinds of crazy tales about you, and I figured I just had to write you a letter. Sounds like you're doing some pretty amazing stuff, man. You're great, you're awesome. You're the man, man. You're the man now, dog. You can probably tell that I had no idea what to write, but hey, I figured the least I could do would be to send you a letter of encouragement. So, yay, man, yay. Go, man, go. Go, go. Never give up, never lose hope. And while I don't make much, I'm sending you the wages I've earned lately. Just doing my part. Hope it helps. I'm really sorry I had to send the COD, but I guess that's the price of fame. Take care. Thanks again, boss. From Beto. That was nice of him. So we made a net profit of 10 rupees, which I can't even hold because I have too many rupees. Move over. Who's in there? I always forget what this is. Hey, buddy. I'm fairly confident I have a photo of him, but I'll just take another quick one. Since we're over here, we can check. Oh, Bob, I haven't seen you in quite some time, have I? I'm surprised you were able to find me here. You're wondering why I'm all the way down here? I'm practicing a new song for next year's ceremony, and I need privacy. It isn't any fun if everyone knows in advance what song I'll play. What? You can hear my song outside? Really? I thought the sound of the waterfall would drown it out. Perhaps I should play a little more softly when I practice from now on. He's so cute. Why? Is that a conductor's baton? Bob, are you maestro? That's incredible. You going to conduct for me, Bob? What kind of song is it? I can't wait to hear it. Please conduct. That's not how music works. Does it go something like this? Strange. Why does it feel like I already know this song? Who's applauding? Who are we bowing to? Bob! The sacred song that you've conducted has awakened me. I know myself now. I am the sage of the Wind Temple. It is my fate to return the power to repel evil to your master sword. And to ease the regrets of my ancestors. Oh, Bob, please, you must take me with you to the Wind Temple. Okay. But let me make sure my homie has a picture of you real quick. I'm like 99% sure I gave him one already, but it's worth checking. Oops. Yes, okay, he already has it. Alright, to the Wind Temple we go. Ah, what are you doing? Please take me to the Wind Temple quickly. You are so cute. Look at him. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Welcome back, Caddy. Yo, silly! Thank you so much for the 11 months. Take it away.
Cough-wave all lekker at me curry speed hype.
Thank you so much, silly. Hope you're doing well. That goes towards our Thunder Dragon in Skyward Sword. How's it going, silly? How you been? Doing well, glad to hear. Bob, as was the case with Medley, I have no doubt that Makar too has some special role to play in these events. Discovering that role is your duty. I'm certain that by cooperating, the two of you can overcome the dangers and pitfalls of this temple. Gift subs do get Pokemon pack openings. We are working towards multiple different incentives for Triforce Tuesday. Thank you, Caddy, for the commands. There's the Triforce Tuesday sheet if you guys want to look at it. Good little boy, Makar. There he goes. Alright. Get to carry Makar with me. Hey, what's up, Tech? Happy 4th to you. You're doing well. Good to see you. Are the Korok so cute? I don't know, because they're just adorable little guys. Look at them. You're good, I'm glad to hear. Get rid of that. Perfect. I've already forgotten. What is the command melody? Oh boy. Is there a way to view... I keep asking this and nobody's ever told me. Is there a way to view what songs you have? 'Cause I don't remember the command melody. Shoot. I don't remember what it is. No, okay, wait, I got it. Here we go. I'm a genius. Oh, it says press start when you're conducting? Interesting. Caddy, thank you for the gifted sub to Tech. Going towards our Skyward Sword Thunder Dragon. We are now one away. And a Pokemon pack for you. Pokemon Go. Welcome to the Meachery Tech. We will open that in a bit. Makar plants his little seeds, and then he... Hey, what's up, Gecko? And then he makes trees grow. Apparently, Link gets pushed by treasure chests. Also, he can do this little fly, which is super adorable. How's it going, Gecko? I'm assuming start is plus for the Wii U. Yeah, I'll give it a try right now. Bam. Start. Oh, thank you so much, dude. Holy moly, that makes things so much easier. Now that I'm like 80% of the way through the game. Oh good, an orange rupee, just what I needed. Timely assist. Hey man, it's better than nothing. I don't know why I couldn't figure that out myself. I'm a dum-dum. I need over here. Did I mess something up? I guess I'm good. It was easier than I thought it was. Come on, little guy. Oh, I didn't mean to throw you. I keep getting confused with throwing and setting down in this game. Oh, he's scared. Don't throw the baby. I didn't mean to. Just the baby. What are you doing? Have I started the main quest? And then look at him. He's just hopping. All I'm trying to do is... Aww. He's just hopping. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Have I started the main quest in the new Zelda? Barely. I've done very, very little to progress it to a certain point. Kind of reminds me of the music in Purr's house in Breath of the Wild. Gosh, I don't even remember. I genuinely don't remember. Happy baby. What are the switches for? No, don't hurt the baby. Oh, he's floating. Oh, that just... Oh, I see. Okay. Love the walking sounds. Yeah, he like rattles. I think this is... the secret? No? Not the secret. Get off of me, man. Yo, what's up, Retro? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. I thought... Is this not... Go away.
Caddy,
Caddy, thank you for the 100. I appreciate it. That's going towards our Master Quest playthrough. Alright, did I do something wrong? Am I in the wrong area? I thought this was it. Go away. Heart meter looks so tiny now after playing the new Zeldas. Yes, it does. I'm trying to find something specific here. I thought for sure it was in here. Does Retro know? Sure knows nothing. Oh, there we go. It was right where Makar is. That's not where I thought it was. We got the wind tingle statue. It's sandy and kind of rough. Feels weird. It will be waiting for you at Tingle Island. That should be the last one. No, my friend. Don't take the baby. Mean. I hate this game. Bob, I'm over here. Hi. I'll save you. Bob! That stone that blocks the entrance seems extremely heavy. The only way you could move it, Bob, is if you were to become as heavy as the Great Deku Tree himself. Aw, if only the Great Deku Tree were here right now. Poor dude. Why is there another P-hat? I thought I killed all the P-hats. It's up there, okay. What? Why? Oh. Gotta get back to my Oh, gotta get my back snapped as per usual. Good luck on Wake and Win. Thanks, Retro. Good luck with destroying your back. Oh, there's another one over here. Duh. I didn't even see this here. Can you please just, like, let me? A joy pendant, yay! Ouch. Gaming. Can you open the chest, Link? Link! The dungeon map. Oh, I can't cheese this. I thought I could. Okie dokie. Yo, what's up, Pool Float? Doing well, man. Good to see you. And the item management in this temple is really annoying. Right. Ching, 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 ching. Got a small key. That's enough of that. No key sanity. Only for this dungeon. Very awkward placement there. Hog. Free treasure. Hey. Back here. Ton of rupees I do not need. Hey, you think you're going? Okay. Treasure chart. I think that means I only have 2 left. I mean 1 left. I think. I don't remember. I just looked at my screen and I forget. Ooh. Uh-oh. Ah. Toucan Sam. Let's see. I need to take a picture of him, I think. Where are you? This is gonna be very difficult. Where is he? Not you, go away. Why are you up there? I just want your picture. Oh, hi. Oh, it says it's good. I'm taking it. Alright. Great. Awesome. Where's the other wizard? Can't focus on anything, man. It keeps... No, you were aiming at him. What the heck? Should maybe change to elemental arrows. There we go. There we go. Yo, what's up, nummies? How's it going, man? Good to see you. I am playing on the Wii U. It originally came out for the GameCube. The HD remake was on the Wii U. And that is what I'm playing on. I got the hook shot. It extends, it retracts, it latches onto things. What a cool invention. Alright. Finally got the hook shot here. Last item of the game. Thanks, Google. Bam. Now I can do things. Where are you? Okay. Gluten-free and I were watching you from the living room, and she asked, wonder if I can get her to play it. Such a good game. I would definitely recommend it. I think it's pretty linear. You're pretty much just kind of told what you need to do and where you need to go. Obviously, I'm doing 100%, so I'm like all over the place, doing all kinds of crazy quests, but the main storyline, I think, is very, very easy to understand. And I just find this to be a very fun game overall. So that's my recommendation, I suppose. Still need to finish Link's Awakening. Do it. What are you waiting for, man? What are you waiting for? Can I get across there? Your help. You're stuck. The endgame in Link's Awakening is a bit confusing. It gets a bit difficult. I think I can probably make this. I hope I can make this. She tends to 100% most games she plays. Does this one have achievements? No. Yes, but no. Not in the style of like how modern games on like Steam or Xbox or PlayStation actually give you like achievement badges. It doesn't have that. The only actual achievements are within the game itself. Doing things like the Nintendo Gallery or finding all the treasure charts and completing your map, that kind of thing. Nintendo needs achievements. I agree. Achievements are super fun. I don't really care what anybody says. I think they're fun. I usually enjoy achievement hunting when it's available to me. Because I am a bit of a completionist, so for me that kind of stuff is pretty fun. I like achievements. Yo, what's up, Roop? Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you. Congrats on the new car. I like that feature in RetroArch. They have... Oh, Retro Achievement. That's through RetroArch? I didn't know that. She tends... Oh, I already read that. RetroArch and other emulators. Wow, I had no idea. Get up there. Boy, I'm telling you, the item management in this temple in particular... I mean, I guess this happens in every Zelda game, is because once you get to a certain point, you've acquired all your items, and they kind of want you to put all of them to use, not just one. But the item management does get a little frustrating. Not completely new, but it's new to you. It's a lot of fun to drive. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's not what I want at all. Okay, I did get the compass and I just glossed over it. I think I was talking to chat. Yo, what's up, Corey? Happy 4th to you. And happy Triforce Tuesday, buddy. Had a 2010 GTI for Decade, fun car. Bob! The stone that blocks the entrance seems extremely heavy. We talked about this. I got you, don't worry. Watch these amazing moves. Yeah, congrats on the new car, man. Look at those amazing moves. I just smashed myself with a huge statue. Nice US highways infrastructure. Merge lanes would be fun to not have to slow down. Which wind is it? It's wind, not wind. The Wind Waker. How did the rest of your runs go yesterday, Corey? Brap when it shifts is so satisfying. DA's merge lanes are so short. I got you, buddy. Alright, we got my car. They all died in IP, but they were very good runs, so I'm happy about that. That's good, man. That means, usually when that's happening, that means something is close, which is always fun. So I wish you the best. Hopefully you get a good fun run soon. Nummies, thank you for the beak stretch, the water break, and the lurk. Good luck with your chores, man. Thank you. Did I say a fun run? A good fun run that ends up PBing. PBs are usually pretty fun. I've had some not fun PBs, but just a casual speed jog. I've had PBs that I've absolutely hated. But most of the time it's a pretty happy situation. I think I'm gonna do some league practice. Thank you for the good luck, nummies. And the have fun. Oh, the Michael Scott fun run race for the cure, whatever the heck it is. Good luck with your chores, nummies. Enjoy your days, that's not a threat. No. Definitely enjoying your rest from work. I'm working very hard right now. Big time holiday for you guys? I hate the 4th of July personally. It's fine if it's, you know, others want to celebrate and do the thing. I am not a fan. Look at Link go. Wee. He's got a mind of his own. Don't lose any fingers. I've seen some really wild videos recently of fireworks just absolutely going horribly awry. You can make it! You can make it! No! Oh, you can make it here. Yo, what's up, Ash? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. What's up, Shadow? It is today here. You followed the rules. I'm proud of you. I hate the 4th, so does my BFF and her family, so we'll be playing video games together tonight, talking smack about America. Sounds perfect. What's good, Ash? Shadow, how you guys doing? Good to see you. I think this is where I want to be, right? Look at the little windmill. Look, it's like the Netherlands all over again. The singular windmill. I mean, to each his own, I guess. My mom already has a like sparkly America T-shirt on. Just like it's the most cringe thing in the world. Like, okay. Meechlings are great people. Vomit at your mom. That's fine. I've got nothing. Nothing to say in defense of that. I'm wearing the most American t-shirt I own, my Meech tee. I'm wearing a $10 shirt from Target. You guys like it? It's 2 colors. Target. That's twice as many of most of my shirts. That's so many colors. I'm wearing a shirt with Japanese art featuring a samurai cat and a giant toad. Interesting. We used to have Target up here for a few weeks and they restructured debt and closed them all. I didn't know that. I really didn't know that. I'm wearing a gritty shirt. It says Day Drinking Club. It's the most American shirt I own. Boring red golf shirt. My shirt is cool. I like my shirt. I love your shirt. Thanks, Caddy. If you're talking about Canada, we did the same. Yeah, that's what Gecko is also from Canada. You guys are practically neighbors. Gritty is an icon. Gritty is a whole vibe. Gritty is an icon. Gritty is a vibe. Gritty takes all my friends to the summit. You know what I mean? Zellers is sort of back. Really? Zellers? Is it really? Like a Vegas acrobat. I heard it's back, but I've yet to see one. Me and Gritty vibe like that. Yo, what's up, Eric? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Target's expansion into Canada was a fascinating look at how not to do business in a new country. Wow, I didn't know about this. There's Zellers inside the Bay locations. Like, Hudson Bay? HBC? It's not really the same thing. Like Target for the 5 minutes we had it. Target's awesome. Reminds me of the Kermit version. They did sell out Zeller shirts first day. Yeah, HBC, gotcha. That's interesting. I mean, I don't live in Canada, but I hadn't heard anything about Zellers in a long time. Yo, what's up, Mega? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I saw your emotes in another stream. Whom's stream? How's it going today, Mega? Wanna go back to Canada? Speaking of Canadians, Mega's here. I was trying to do that without taking a single hit. I got very close. Saucepoon, he's doing SMW. Oh, Kaizo, okay. Who was using my emotes? Who was it? I want names! I like seeing my emotes used. Let me check. I want Kelsey's. Kelsey's is so good. Target expanded into Canada relying solely on their brand name, and they were incredibly aggressive in their expansion plans. They absolutely saturated the market with locations, and then in the first months after opening, their supply chains couldn't keep up. People got frustrated with seeing empty shelves everywhere and just stopped shopping there. Wow. That's very interesting. Can confirm all of these things. Oh, Jedhai. Oh, nice. Yeah, Jedhai's good people. Yo, what's up, McMurdo? How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. There are essays written on how badly Target screwed up their Canadian expansion. It's super interesting if you're a supply chain nerd. Wow. Thanks, Eric, for the information. Eric's got all the insight. McMurdo, I don't know if you saw, I did post the recipe late last night in the Food Johns in the Discord. It is there. If you were interested, I did pin it as well, just in case you ever need to revisit it. Awesome, man. Glad. Yes, for the tea that I'm drinking, the tea. I can confirm Target shelves got empty pretty quickly. Man, I didn't know about any of this. Target's awesome. I mean, I like refuse to shop at Walmart. Walmart's a disaster and just a disaster. And Target's so much more of like a better version of that if you have to shop corporation, you know. The car fly, but come on, you got this. You can fly. Oops. Where I want to be. Is Target sort of the French pronunciation? It's a joking French pronunciation, yeah. Target had good snacks. Walmart is for people watching. Was a big part of that. I shop there all the time. Can't confirm. Oh, I heard that. I like Target, but I don't go there despite having two of them within a 10-minute drive. As a former Target employee from 2008 to 2011, none of what happened in Canada surprised me. Yeah, it's just a meme pronunciation. Yeah, fancying up the name. It's like, it's a very much of like a boomer humor joke kind of thing. Am I? I think I'm in the right place here. I open the chest. Okay. Or do I need to be lower? No. What do I need to be over there? That might be it. My closest start is like 20 plus minutes. I always find nice stuff at Target. Like this $10 shirt, that's 2 colors. It's 2 colors. That's twice as many colors as most of Corey's shirts. I can only afford to shop at Target when I get my income tax return. Target's cheap, man. That's why I shop there, because I'm broke. Target is very cheap. Okay, maybe I need... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Where am I? That's... Okay, that side. I think that's where I need to be. Twice as many colors as Corey's shirts, that's right. Literally impossible to go into Target and not get Starbucks. I mean, it's very possible because I do it every single time. Because I don't drink Starbucks. The drinks at Starbucks cost more than the shirts at Target. Like, I don't want to hear it. Alright, I think that's where I want to be. Look, they're attacking my baby. Oh, shoot. Leave me alone. Target sort of is and isn't cheap, depends on what you're shopping for and why. That's true. Yeah, if you're doing like grocery shopping at Target, I wouldn't recommend that because they're probably more expensive than your just regular local grocery store. But as far as things like clothing and like little, I don't know, little knickknacks and things like that, they're pretty good, pretty cheap. Goodness me, I'm struggling here. Hair on my hand. Mainly a straight black coffee drinker. So Starbucks doesn't have a ton of purpose for me. I don't drink coffee at all, so Starbucks really doesn't have a purpose for me. This? Oh man. I don't know anymore. I thought Kohl's was a shoe company. No, Kohl's is just like a clothing store. Nobody's got Kohl's money, even with 30% off every other week. Kohl's has... I don't really ever shop at Kohl's. They have a couple things occasionally, but especially if you get 7 pumps chai in your chai latte. Got a $20 pair of work pants from Target a few days ago. One of the seams tore my first day at work. I was mad. Oh no. The quality. $20 in today's money, which means those are like $10 pants. Only rich vegans grocery shop at Target. Definitely shop at Super Target whenever visiting mom in Florida. Black coffee drinker too. Starbucks is a real treat. Like a dessert, Starbucks has iced tea. Yeah, but I don't know. I drink water. Get some fancy drink from Starbucks once in a while. I don't go into Starbucks when I want coffee. I go to Starbucks when I want coffee reminiscent ice cream shakey shake. Once in a while. Like once or twice every 6 months. Really only like their Frappuccino drinks, and those are like $7, so the temptation to spend on Starbucks fortunately rather low. It's so expensive. Their tea isn't even good. Like just the regular tea, like in tea bags. It's really not good. I love Frappuccinos. It's the only thing I go to Starbucks for. One of the only times I went to Starbucks, I baffled them by asking for a 12-ounce black coffee. What does that mean? What does that mean? You get a bit of a weird look. Yeah, Super Target is Target plus an actual grocery store. Super Targets are cool. You leave me alone. I believe I'm in the right spot here. You leave me alone. Speaking of coffee reminiscent, Dunkin' coffee is the coffee what LaCroix, I don't know how to pronounce it. That water in a can or whatever it is to flavored tonic water. Could have called it Bullseye. Nice jump. Some of our Walmarts are super centers here. Yeah, we have those too. We've got more grocery in them. That's exactly what a super target is. Same thing. Follow me. Ouch. Stop hurting the car. He's baby. Leave him alone. Dog with the target on his eye. That's the, yeah, that's the mascot. Yeah, exactly. They do, they have a, yep, he's a little dog with a red target around his eye. Dunkin' Ice is the best. Just drink water. What's wrong with you people? I'm judging you. I like it, but I have to add an espresso shot to make it actually taste like coffee. It's so weak. Usually go for cold brew, so much better. Water is delicious. No. Yeah, but water doesn't get you hopped up. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Shut up, Ash. Yeah, what's up, Sam? How's it going, dude? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day. Wind Waker, what a game. Yeah, this game is awesome. This game is so much fun. Hope you're having a great day too, Sam. Thanks for stopping in, dude. Cold brew is definitely much more flavorful and less watered down. What if we like being hopped up? I don't know. Is he a therapist? Coffee has water in it, so I get both. I'm not sure that's how that works. Feeling good, really want a coffee after hearing the chat. Oh no, you guys, you're a bad influence on people. You hear that? Don't know if I need to take a picture of this one in particular. I know there are two different types of dark nuts. And... oh, that's not gonna do. Oh, apparently it's good. And I just want to make sure I get both of them. Give me your... oh, there we go. Got it. Yo, what's up, Briggs? Hope you're doing good. Good to see you, man. Rupert has the right idea. We're multitasking by drinking. That's not how this works. That ship has sailed for the lot of us. Saw a doctor debunk the whole coffee tea dehydrate you myth. No, it's not that it dehydrates you, but it doesn't count as drinking. It doesn't count as just drinking water. That's not what I meant. I just had a Madrinas green coffee feeler. What is green coffee feeler? Coffee is hype. Am I the only one in chat that doesn't drink coffee? Anybody in chat not drink coffee? Raise your hand. Speak up. Yes, yeah. Great, awesome. Thanks. Fantastic. Still need to try Madrinas. Coffee in moderation is good for you. It's all the fat and sugar that we add that makes bad. That's very true, October. That's very, very true. Cardiologist told me 4 to 5 cups of coffee is acceptable per day. Best doctor award. We have so much up here. More Madrinas than kitchen spices. The fat and sugar make us pleasant to be around, which makes us live longer as we benefit from a healthy social circle that isn't alienated by our uncaffeinated selves. Madrinas is a coffee brand. See that so often on streams, and I don't get it. Never had a cup of coffee. Oh, really, Riggs? Are you being serious? I don't drink coffee. Let's go. There's people in chat on my side. Cillian Riggs, awesome. People who don't drink coffee are definitely a minority, at least in the U.S. Oh, for sure, absolutely. What's the octane rating? I'm making my coffee right now. I drink tea. Me too, silly. Was told the same as long as it's not 4 to 5 cup Wawa cups. Watched a video this morning that said what? 4 to 5 moderate cups. Feel like I'm sloshing acid around. I don't drink more than a cup and a half. I've had at least 1 cup of coffee a day since I was 14. Eliminating caffeine decreases your will to live by 60%. Checks out. Here we are. Nobody report me for TOS, please. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm in therapy. We're good. Oh no. I'm gonna give you so many hugs. Hang on a sec. Hang on, let me concentrate 1 second here. Should have done that first. Can I get Makar back over here? No. Oh, maybe I can sneak him up through that little hole. Ash is just hugging coffee. Screw my mental health. Do I wear shoes indoors? I do not. I never have. I feel like that's both dirty and rude. I'm judging. Yo, Poolflow, thank you so much for the gift sub to Groovy. That hits our Thunder Dragon goal. And gets you a Pokemon pack, which is a Pokemon Go. We will be opening that in a little bit here. I gotta run and get ready. We're going to the Poconos today. Oh, nice, man. Enjoy, be safe. And thank you so much for unlocking the Thunder Dragon. I will update that, I promise. We're almost done with this temple, so I might as well just keep going here. But I will update that. And thank you so much, Poolfloat. Really appreciate that. Gift subs do get Pokemon pack openings. What kind of savage wears shoes indoors? A lot of Americans. A lot of Americans do. Yo, what's up, Groovy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the meachery. I see it in TV all the time. Yeah, it's super common. Designated indoor shoes get a pass because they're clean. I definitely misread that as Thunder Dungeon and was so confused. The Thunder Dungeon. Enjoy the Poconos. Yeah, man, enjoy. Have a great time. Be safe. Shoes indoors extremely American. Probably because my freedoms. What's up, Jahaley? Thank you for the good luck. I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Hang on. I need to actually like pay attention to my game. I've been focused so much on chat here. Oh, I think I'm good here. I have house shoes that are fuzzy lined Crocs that I wear all day in the house. Where are you going? Are you okay, Makar? I was an adult by the time I met anybody who dared to wear shoes indoors. That's how it should be. In the last few years, I begrudgingly got slippers so I could continue my always shoed degeneracy. Hello? Thank you. Bob! I think that the hookshot you have can probably latch onto the trees I planted. Give it a try. Yeah, I was getting to that, but I'm also dealing with a wizard that's spawning enemies. Maybe let's hang tight. Maybe he's not spawning enemies. Did I get him? Nope, there he is. How many shots do you take? Go away. Alright. Okay. I barely wear pants indoors, never mind shoes. Separate pair of indoor shoes totally makes sense, but not stopping to take off shoes at the door as you come in is wild to me. Yeah, that is. Always leave your shoes at the door. Always. Shoes is what you wear outside. Anything you wear inside is slipper or honorary slipper. Big mood. Been listening. Coffee used to be my jam, and it hurts the guts now and makes me anxious. Gluten-free has never even tried coffee. She's a tea snob. Well, I'm on her side. Should get a new pair of shoes so I can go full Mr. Rogers mode. I just wear socks in the house. I don't need a pair of shoes. I don't need slippers or anything. I just wear socks. I have a pair of Crocs I use exclusively as male getting shoes. Yeah, I've got like slip-ons by the door to just go like in and out real quick, do stuff, take out the trash, whatever I need to do. I've got that, but they always stayed right next to the door, like on a mat as well, right? You should see our loose leaf tea collection. I have a bunch of loose leaf teas as well. Should be drinking them more, but it's too hot. I think I can reach that. Okay. Need to refill my wife's favorite loose leaf tea. What is her favorite loose leaf tea? Rocks are underrated. No shoes indoors. But, excuse me. Yes to socks or slippers, but not in this heat. Back to chores. Anyone need anything from the store? Are you going to Target? I hate them so much, but my back sucks. I wear expensive running shoes. Walgreens grocery and hardware. I would need an 1.25" screw, just one. One singular 1.25" screw, drywall screw. Don't ask me what for. No, not self-tapping. Can you get me a coffee? Oh no, my car's in danger. Let's, can I plant and then just be okay? I don't want him to get taken. I have a very specific set of skills. I'm going to put him down here just in case. Oh, thanks for the happy 4th, Sam. I don't really care or celebrate. I'm not really a big fan of this country, but I do appreciate the sentiment. That is kind of you. With like several wing nuts for screwing things, I assume. Don't ask questions. I wish my broken foot story was cool. Thank you for the beak stretch and the water break again, nummies. I appreciate it. Good luck with your errands. Be safe. You love the USA. Want to swap countries? Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds fine to me. Are you in Wales, Sam? Big stretch. You're in Wales. DLC of DLC of England, incredible. That is the most amazing description I've ever heard of a country in my life. That's so funny. Oh boy. I was going to try and just brute force my way through this dungeon, but I need a quick bathroom break. So hang tight. All right. Sorry about that. My friend was trying to talk me into moving to Portugal with her. I thought it sounded good until I saw that the weather's basically the same as Florida, so hard pass. Have you seen their password requirements? That's a good one, Gecko. I got to witness the death of Paul. I don't know how I'm going to get my Domino's this week. Paul's made my pizza every time for the last 6 years or so. Actually, one sec, I can get you guys. Here's that full segment. If anybody wants to watch that, or if you missed it. that was so much fun. Yo, what's up, Vincent? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Happy 4th. Alright. Let's go. That was so funny. Your password is Godfire. That's the whole full like segment that I did without retrying. That's just the first time that I tried. I gotta go back and watch. It was some fun stuff, man. Okie dokie. Now. Go down. Great job. Okay. I'm gonna go shower. Enjoy your shower. Thank you for the lurk. Oh goodness, okay. No, I'm not trying to hook. Come on. Get off. Get off. Man. Where are you? Now you're on fire like your password. There we go. Now he's on fire. Get off of me. God, those things are so annoying. Okay. It's the 4th. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be on fire today. I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of people who end up on fire today. Was I not meant to do that? Oops. We can only hope. That's natural selection, baby. It's true. The naturalist of selection processes. We've had fireworks every night here for the last 6 nights, and it's just so frustrating. And it's not gonna end, even after the 4th of July. People are still gonna continue to do it. It's gonna go all summer long. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, it's true. Yeah, for at least a week straight, right. It started at the end of June. It wasn't even July yet, and it started in my neighborhood. And of course, I've got a neighbor who's setting off like the most insanely loud booming fireworks I've ever heard in my life. And like, I don't care if you put yourself in danger, but you're also putting us in danger. And wildlife. Yeah, there's just like a ton that is wrong about it, but like one firework goes wrong and ends up in our house or somebody's car or something, like you're responsible for that, and it's just, I don't know, it just makes me really mad. Set off some big ones last night because America. Car explosion is a bonus firework? Oh my god. There we go. Is this this might be a treasure chart. This might be the one that I'm looking for, the last one. Got it. I think that might be action movie director. I think that might be the last one. 45, I think, is everything for treasure charts. I could be wrong. It might be Mega. Don't you do stuff? I used to throw grenades, so I think I'm qualified. Yeah. I mean, that's, if that's... that's like one way of looking at it. As long as you know what you're doing. Apparently there are 46. Okay, so I've got one more. Thank you for checking. I didn't remember offhand. I thought it was 45. Okey-dokey. Did we hit the last incentive for subs? No. I gotta update it. I haven't updated it yet because I didn't want to stop the temple progress. But there are more still, and if we do hit the final ones, I can add more as well. Exclamation TT if you want to see the sheet. They are listed. We're also still working towards the concurrent sub count, which is underneath my camera right now. If we ever hit 250 on that, we will play the original, or we'll play the CDI, 2 of the CDI Zelda games on original hardware. If we somehow hit 300 ever, we will play the last one as well. So those are always up for opportunity. I need like an oil tycoon in here. We got close. We hit over 200, and I think we were in the 220s, and then we just never hit it. And I kind of thought like it's pretty much now or never if we got that far. That just goes down, yeah, okay. Do I need to move another block? No, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Man, I'm like barely taking a step and I'm getting destroyed. I am barely taking that step. That's really frustrating. Alright. I will take this last one. Vincent, holy moly.
That one too. Also not a multiple of 69 but has 69 on the end, so I thought it was close enough.
Vincent, thank you so much for the 2069. Does that... Holy, that takes care of the master quest? Thank you so much. I will update both of these as soon as we're finished with this temple. Thank you a ton. Really appreciate that. Echo Bob, big time. All numbers are multiples of 69 if you're down with fractions. Master Quest Pog. Alright. Stop hitting my buddy. Stop hitting me. Leave us alone. You ding-ding blade trap. Can I trap both of them with one block? I don't think that I can. Oh, I can. Hog. I'm definitely down with fractions. What sane versus is down with barely rational numbers? Thank you again, Vincent. Thank you so much. Don't forget, gift subs do get Pokemon pack openings. If you want that, that's available. I think I can take these off now. Dude. Alright. We are nearly done with this dungeon. Thing I need. Berry? 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 Son of a gun. So annoying. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, I should have checked my map. Make sure I have everything. No area map. Can I leave? No. Please don't let this conversation divide you guys, but when I said demi trees, that was too much. Ooh. Ah. What's happening? Oh my goodness me. It is a giant sandworm. I feel like we've seen this somewhere before. Maybe in a past Zelda game or 2 or 3 or 4. Okay, can I take your picture and it be good? No. That's surely not... That counts. Okay, awesome. They totally ripped that off from Beetlejuice. Sandworms in Zelda? Nah. As I remember it, this boss is mostly just avoiding stuff. Like, you kill those little guys. You do this over and over and over again. And then the fight is over. From what I remember. Avoiding and hookshotting, classic Zelda. Like, he spawns these little babies, you gotta kill those. because they're very annoying. Oh god, he spawned right on top of me. And then he does this thing, and you just ignore it. Why am I not killing this thing? Yeah, and then you just repeat. It's a fairly dull boss fight from what I can remember. That's what she said? Avoiding and hope shotting? Why is it not... How did it not grab any of those? He spawned right on top of me? Ugh. Strange. That's it. That's the whole boss fight. The end. We did it. You got 8. GG. I have 2 pieces of heart left. Happening. We're doing it. The Master Sword has returned. Its blade once again houses the power to repel evil. The sword of the one true hero is revived at last. Bob, I have fully restored the power to repel evil to your Master Sword. And my ancestors are most satisfied. Good job, cutie. I shall continue praying to the gods here. Bob, please step into the light and return above ground. May the winds of fortune be at your back. Use the 13 swings before it breaks wisely. Welcome back, Retro. How was your back? How was your appointment? Oh wow, we get one more fishman encounter. I see. So the Forsaken Fortress has already. Ah, like melting oh Jesus, like a molting snake that casts off its dead skin. That place is so empty and quiet. No one, or one, can almost hear the echo of dead leaves falling to the cold, cracked ground. Da-da-da-da-da. Why? What ails you? What? Who's the long face? The monsters are gone from the world. Doesn't that make you a little happy? Bye. I'm a new man. Very nice, Retro. Bob, I have troubling news. Ganon has not shown Ganon has not shown himself above the seas since Falu unleashed his fiery wrath upon him. And what's worse, there is not a creature stirring, not even a mouse, in his base of operations in this world, the Forsaken Fortress. I cannot imagine how it is possible, and yet I cannot shake this foreboding feeling I have about Princess Zelda. Bob, you must search for all the Triforce shards so that we can head back to Hyrule without delay. Great. Fantastic. Is that your personal opinion? Okay, let's take a very short break here and update some things and everything else we need to do. Alright, let's continue our adventure. We have updated our incentives. Now we are currently working towards my first ever Majora's Mask randomizer, as well as completely 100% completing Breath of the Wild with everything that goes along with that, so that's going to be fun if we meet that incentive. Let's check out our new treasure charts. What is going on? Oh. Okay. These don't put an X on your map. So when you get the treasure, the corresponding treasure for the treasure chart, like this is the island I need to go to right now. You see there's no red circle here, like there is on a lot of these other ones. I'm going to go find this treasure, and then there will be a red circle indicating that I have pulled up that treasure, if that makes sense. So what you're tasked with is finding out what treasure chart belongs to what island. So it gives you that little X, and it's usually just off one of the islands, and you have to match that up with the proper square on your map. So that's what I was just doing there. I was looking for just like the plain circle island. So if you look at my treasure chart, it's the picture it shows is just the circle island and the treasure's to the southwest. And if I look at here, that's just a plain circle island, so the treasure is going to be a little to the southwest of that. And then it will mark it off on my actual sea chart. I think it's pretty cool that they do it that way. So it doesn't just automatically tell you. You still have to do some of your own research, which, you know, if you were actually doing something like this, using a map to find something, it wouldn't just appear for you. You would have to look at things to give you context clues and then find it. So I think they did a good job with it. I like how it's done. As we get closer, you'll see a very tall ring of light that shoots up into the sky. Very nice rainbow. There's a small ring of light. I don't know if I'll grab that or not. Probably too far away. That's fine. And there's the tall one. So that's the treasure chart. That's the corresponding treasure chart that we just found. So we'll stop here. Right here, maybe? As I get smacked. Trying to find this. That ship just took down the other pirate ship. Thank you for doing my job. So unfortunately I missed. And I cannot find it. Casually looking for treasure while getting pelted with bombs. That's Zelda, baby. Must be Tuesday. Yep, tastes like Tuesday. That bird never saw it coming. What? Go away. Alright. That's all taken care of. Alright, so these little rings of light are because I destroyed those ships. It's not what I'm actually looking for. And I need to make that... There it is. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Large ring of light there. Which I keep missing. There we go. First try. Nobody saw that. Everything was fine the whole time. Or rupees, which I don't need. And then the other chart we got, what was it, 5? 5. So that is a fairy island. But not that one. This one. So now you see that little red circle on my map indicating that I did find the treasure. The same will happen with this one. I'll take a water break as we're sailing here. There's our treasure. Bam! Easy. First try every time. Got a piece of heart. Yay! Okay. Let's go turn in some photos. As long as you like it. That's all that matters to me, dude. Okay, he made that one. I know there's another dark nut I need. We should be making some pretty good progress on the Nintendo Gallery. I haven't like checked out the rooms in a while, but it'd be pretty good. Alright, so we do have some tasks to complete, as well as looking for the Triforce shards. That wasn't too bad. Could have been worse. There's our last treasure chart. That should be the last one. $46. Okay. Let's go get this treasure. Is that a GG? It's hard to see. Thanks for the GG, Mega. Yeah, man, we're making good progress. This way. Actually, let's take a quick peek. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38. Nope. Missing 36. Just 36. So after we grab this one, I gotta go get the treasure from 36, which is most likely rupees. And then we will have found all the treasure from the treasure charts, which is awesome. The sailing music is just so nice and relaxing. Is number 46 unique somehow? Or are you getting that one now? Treasure number 46 or treasure chart number 46? There are differences in the treasure charts. Yeah, I'm getting that right now. So after I get this, I'll get number 36. The chart, I believe, is only in the HD version. I think there's fewer charts in the original version because of just the changes that they made. Yo, what's up, Big Mac? Hope you're doing well. Always alive and always happy to see you. Hearts in the chat for Big Mac. You know what? Drake's in the chat for Big Mac. That is our final heart piece. Final heart piece. They changed the they changed what the treasure charts are from the HD version, or from the regular version to the HD version. So I believe there are fewer treasure charts in the original version of this game. So I need to go to Bird's Peak Rock. Welcome back, Caddy. northeast. Some of these treasures that I'm grabbing, I'm actually going to have to revisit the islands soon. Am I winning? We are making good progress, I think. We beat the Wind Temple. Now I have a few tasks to complete here. Currently treasure hunting, but I'm actually finished with that as of this second. This is most likely just rupees. Okay. Also, you missed the Pokemon polls, but I can show you those later. Oogie. Did I lose my baby? No, I'm finished with the temple. We beat that. We saved him. These mazes are always fun. Oh, did I... Is this right? I think this is right. I don't know. Just pick one and try it, and if it's wrong, I'll come back. Yo, did I... Is that first try? Let's go. I think this is what I need. I think. Yes. Okay, perfect. You got the ghost ship chart. Check your charts on the map screen to view it. Neat. Ghost Ship, you like that movie? Oh, going back in. I don't know if I know Ghost Ship as a movie. Is there any other treasure I can get here? Treasure? Before I leave, I guess. Duh! There's one. I wonder how many there are. I don't remember. Joy Pendant. Guess it's worth checking the other pots. Pretty cheesy horror movie. Can I see? There. Well, that's where we go. Okay, so there's nothing there. That's the exit. What's in here? Thriller, maybe? That's just the exit. Wait, didn't I just break that? Oh no, this is different, okay. Oh no, that just takes us here, okay. I think we did the right one, and then the left one. Let's do the left one. Do they all just take you to the... I think they all just take you to the exit. I think I got whatever's in there. Horror movies go well with a side of cheese. What's up, Phil? You're doing well. And popcorn. True. I'm not a big fan of popcorn. And coffee. Goodness me. Okay. Ghost the sheep. It's alright, Ash. I'm not like the biggest fan. Alright, so it is currently a full moon. I gotta make a dish for my friend's party. Any suggestions? No sweets. What is a good party dish? The first thing that came to my mind was potato skins for some reason, but I don't know if you feel like taking the time to do that. Coffee flavored popcorn? No. It's the perfect snack minus the need to floss after. That's part of the reason I don't like it. Charcuterie board or something cheaper. Oh, in an hour? Veggies and hummus, chips and dip. Veggies and hummus is not a bad idea. Buffalo dip's a good idea. Splurge on some good dips, and it's totally worth it. Yeah, I like the idea of like veggies and hummus or like a buffalo dip. I think those are chips and dip. Like anything like that. I think those are all good suggestions. That's better than my idea. Coffee flavor popcorn, please. Enough. You guys are the worst. What's wrong with my chat? Alright, so Ghost Ship should be over here, according to my trusty map. But by the time I get there, it might be gone. Sorry, my palette sucks. I mean, I am too, October. It's a pain. It's a pain in the butt. I just need to go here, so let's see if I can make it there. I am very picky, yes. I don't like being picky. You're overly caffeinated. I don't think I like coffee quite that much. I like coffee and I like popcorn, but I think I'm okay without putting them together. Finally, some rational people in my chat. I love potatoes. Meech eats potatoes, that's about it. I love potatoes. Potatoes are so good. Irish Lash can get down with some potatoes. Lash? Lass, there you go. Potato skins sound alright. Potato skins are incredible. They just take a long time to make by hand. What is a potato and why does it have toes? Ooh, there it is. I'm funny. You are funny, Ash. I appreciate your company. Ooh, ah. The ghost ship. We're inside the ghost ship. My gosh. I'm a scared. Spooky. Ah. I'm trying to light you guys on fire with my light, but it's not working very well. I don't know that I can take down wizarobes with light, so I'll just stick to flaming arrows. Did I win? Nice. Speaking of being overly caffeinated, I do believe it's time for my second cup of joe. I mean, it's already 12 o'clock, so that's not that bad. It's not like you already had 3 or 4. I don't remember the movie looking like this. I don't remember the movie. Ooh, we got a Triforce shard. You need 7 more shards to form the complete piece of the Triforce. And we're out. Joe, get over here. And that was the ghost ship. Neat. It's from 2002. Now I want to watch it. I would watch it. suppose I could have done the ghost ship earlier. I didn't really think too much about it. Although, I don't know if you can before you finish the Wind Temple. I don't think that you can. That's most likely not. Because your prize is the Triforce shard, so I don't think that you can. I don't know. I've always just waited until I was done with that portion of the main quests. So alright, it's time to finally check out my own personal cabana that I bought from an old woman as a child. Oh, I have two little things here, and I think I just happen to have two. Look at this. I can put a pinwheel. Oh, I've got three actually. I can put a pinwheel here. Bam! And I can put a little flag over here. What about pasta salad? That's a good snack dish as well to take to a party. Doesn't take too long, great with feta. I love feta. Yeah, I think that's a great idea too. Don't touch me with those filthy hands, you mischievous little scamp. Ahem, this cabana belongs to the master and the master alone. You grimy trespassing little scoundrel, away with you, I say. But I own the cabana. I really do. Do I have the deed? Do I have to present it? Is this the deed here? What is this? Here. Mine. It has been brief. Love you guys though. Thanks Phil for stopping in. Good luck. Have fun at the party. You unclean, most foul. Don't lay those grungy hands. Why? What? That's... Why, that's the... Are you the new master? Are you Master Bob? Ah, I'm so pleased to hear that name. Master Bob. Please be gentle on this fine door. No, you were a jerk to me. I'm gonna slam it right into the wall. You weird butler door man. I'm about to go full Grandpa Karen on some kids across the street, aiming their airsoft gun that looks like a real shotgun at my house. Oh boy. That doesn't sound good. How did I lose that many rupees? Can you go in? Can you... There we go. Want to live in the woods with no neighbors? I feel that. This way? No, this is not what I wanted. It's got a lot of rupees. Mom, I'm lost. Oh, is this what I wanted? This can't be right. Is this right? Is this where I fell down from? Oh no, okay. Ooh. Is this what I want? That is not what I want. But I guess it helps. Try this one. Thanks, Alice. Ah! Go away. Ah! Ooh. Nice. We got a Triforce jar. Now I only need 6 more. Very good. All right. Nice. 2 down, 6 to go. I think I'm going to take a little break here. Gotta feed Iggy and everything. And when we come back, we will continue Triforce Shard hunting. And that will probably be it for the day. We'll see. We will see. So let's take a small break here. And then when we come back, we'll continue on. Okie dokie, back to the Wind Waker. Let's continue collecting our Triforce shards. I do need to go back to right there. Let's do that. You guys remember this little area that we just got some treasure from? Now, nice. Now we can get more treasure. Ooh. We got a Triforce chart. You can't read it yourself, so you'll have to get it deciphered somewhere. Dang. Isn't that a shame? Only I knew a cartographer. Easy. Like a sitting duck. We got another Triforce chart, and that we have to get deciphered, because them's the rules. We can also complete this island here. Nice shot. Can I read you? No. To the living, light the 6 torches and dive down to the sea floor. Guide the lost spirit of the boat that forever wanders in darkness. 2. I hate controlling the arrows in this game. It's very unintuitive. How is it that high? I'm being blocked. Oh my gosh, just let me do the thing. First try. 3. Four. That one right there. 5. 6. What a gamer. Good. I got rupees that I don't need. But the island is complete. Oh. That's not very smart. This one kinda stinks from what I remember. Hey Bree, thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. Burge. This stinks because if I get hit, then it's no good. Go away. Go away. Oh, I miss. No, how did I miss both of those? Game's wrong. And it's storming. Oh, come on. Of course. Oh, do they stay hit? It looks like they might stay hit. Okay. I just need one more. Is that everything? Did I do it? Oh no, there's this one too. There we go. Easy game. Usually it's a murder of crows, not of these birds. Murder of Cargaroks? Or do you mean the seagulls? Another Triforce chart that we need to get deciphered. But whoever will decipher my charts for me. Let's see. Oh, where I want to go. Oh, shoot. I don't know that I've taken a picture of these, actually. You shoot? Easy. No problem. There we go. We got another Triforce shard. Now we only need 5 more. Only 5 more. Where's my boat? Where's my boat? There it is. Come here, you. This massive fetch quest, I wonder how big the original game could have been. What do you mean? Original game? Thanks, John. Oh, assuming each piece was in a dungeon. That would have been interesting. That would have been a really very large, lengthy Zelda game. If every one of those pieces or charts was located in a separate dungeon, that would be really interesting. Hookshot has really bad range in this game. Oh no, I didn't even see you there. I got it anyway. Ouch. Nice shot. Alright, this is basically the same thing I just did. I don't know if I ever took pictures of these Armos, either. Let me target this one. One. You could at least, like, hit them, Link. Oh my goodness. Gosh, so annoying. 2. Three. Four. I wonder how they end up here, you know? Five. We did it. We got a Triforce shard. We only need 4 more. Now comes the fun part. I will make one quick stop. I gotta get my butt in the shower and start getting ready to celebrate not celebrating Independence Day. Thanks for the stream. Have a wonderful... Why did I say have a wonderful? Have fun waking more wind. Thank you, October. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Enjoy your non-celebration celebration. Appreciate you being here. Celebrated yesterday. No, wait, what am I... That's not what I wanted to do. Misspelled for reasons. There's an easier way to get what I am attempting to get here. I don't know why I did this. You move, Link? What you doing, buddy? There we go. Why is Link so annoying right now? Let's watch a few single shrine speedruns from New Zelda. Tech and creativity are both incredible. Ah. I am interested to watch speedrun kind of stuff when I'm actually finished with it. Yeah, aka big nerds. Achoo! Excuse me. Thank you, health. That's right. What I want. Wait until I finished it to watch speedrunning stuff. Never watched speed stuff, I'm just not as dedicated. I'm interested to see what people do, but I haven't even really begun the main story at all. There we go. So I've got a ways to go still until I'm able to watch anything. Alright, here comes the real fun of this game. This is the difference between someone who enjoys it and someone who wishes they would go back in time. Yeah. That's a good point. Oh, there's... Oh my gosh, they were right here the whole time! I didn't need to go out of my way. The Savage Labyrinth. Deep in the never-ending darkness, the golden shard you seek awaits. Alright. Floor 2, done. Who wants to count with me? Floor 3. Want them to go back to the hero loses timeline and remake Link to the Past and Link Between Worlds into one big game. That would, well, I mean, what would you do to make that into one game? Because they basically, I mean, Link Between Worlds basically turns Link to Past into a bigger game. More or less. Oh yeah, I did too, Corey. You've played it. I had the same issue. Oh, that's floor 3 done. It is really just a funny game, dude. I don't know, people were saying it was frustrating. I just found it funny. Floor 4 done. Had to keep restarting when the captcha had the chess moves in it. I went as far as the fire on my first try. And then that was a bit of a disaster. Oh, come on. Leave me alone. It's frustrating if you want to finish it. I don't know, I think it's funny. Got a whole point of it. I would change the format a bit. Maybe smash them together. I liked A Link Between Worlds. I thought that was a really good game. What is that? Floor 5 done? Don't poke me. What do you mean? Stop poking me. Floor 6. Floor 7. floor 8. Oh, the beginning's so much easier though. These are going quickly because they're just easy. Was AFK for a while, so is this some kind of multi-level trial? So this is called the Savage Labyrinth, and it's actually partially required, but since it's 100%, we're going to be doing all of it. So that was floor 9. But it is partially required for the story. Floor 10. This is floor 11. I need... I guess this will work. Hey, relax. Oh, I don't want to use... It's three-fifths of this multi-level trial that we're going through is required. The rest of it is just for fun. Seems easier than the trial of the sword. It gets harder, and also trial of the sword I don't think was that bad. I think even you overestimated it. You did pretty well when you played it. Is this floor 12? Yeah, 12. What is the trial of the sword? Donate 199 subs and find out. Yeah, it's just one of the big challenges in the Breath of the Wild DLC. You never played the DLC content? It's okay. Nothing crazy. Floor 13. Switch that. I need somebody to count with me so that I remember where the heck we are. I mean, it's not that important, but I'm just doing it for fun. That should be it. 13. Done. How did I get hit there? 14. Oh god, this is horrifying. Get away from me. Was that 15? $16. 17. These are so brutal. 18. Good enough. Gotta bounce. Good luck in a stream. Stay cool. Thank you for the water break, Caddy. Thanks for stopping in. 19. This is floor 20. Let's keep going. 21. Not a great start. Oh my god, these things are ruthless. One. Shoot. Gaming. 22. Hashtag free. I guess I'll just use my own bombs. Running lower on arrows than I want to be. See ya. 23 skidoo. That was 23 done. I am currently on floor 24. Ooh, a yellow Jew. That's not what I was expecting. T4. Oh boy. Can I take them down with arrows? I keep forgetting if that's possible or not. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oh well. Going that way. I'll conserve arrows, I guess. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. How many are there? I have a meeting at 2. I'm realizing I won't see the end of this. There are 50 floors. I'm almost halfway there. And it only gets harder, so the rooms only get longer. Did I say 54? There are 50. I don't know why I said... Did I say 54? I'm a dum-dum. There are 50. 50 floors. Maybe that's what I said. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past me for being an idiot. So... Very possible I said 54. Okay, this is where it gets tough, because we gotta fight these harder and harder enemies, along with some of the weaker ones. Take that. Say goodnight. 26. Only 30 are required. But again, 100%, so it is what it is. There's gotta be something else, right? Yep, there it is. That wasn't so bad. 20... I don't know, 7 was that? I take you out before I even... Nice. Ah. Open up. Why is it aiming at the wrong one? Stop doing that. 28. Oh boy. That's where it starts getting fun. Really did try to get out of the way there. Oh, that's crap. Oh, he's still alive? All right. 29. $30. We'll see if I can stay alive without using any fairies or anything. We'll see how well it goes. I have done the 3 heart challenge in this game. 100%. So, I should be able to do it. You got a Triforce shard. Now you only need 3 more. What do you guys think the other 3 are? Would it have anything to do with the stuff that I picked up earlier? All right, let's continue. That's all that's required. We're gonna keep on going here. 431. Oh, excellent. 68 redeads. Leave me alone. I'm in the light. Go away. You should be dead. $31. $32. Hammer. $33. Oh, hi there. Yo, what's up, Grim? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. Hey. Wrong. Where? Doing okay. I need to mow my lawn. I'm having a hard time getting motivated to do it. It's very understandable. 34? I wouldn't want to mow my lawn either. Ow. These freaking Enemies. The worst. Go away. They win? Thank goodness. Motivated. I don't know what that is. 35 or something? Oh no. Go away. Go away! Go away! What is happening? Why can't I hit you? Great. Leave me alone! Boy, they don't give you much of a shot there. $35. Go away, go away, go away. There we go. 36? Oh, gosh, not again. Dude, these are the worst. I can't even target it because of all the other enemies. $11 a.m. already pushing 80. Yeah, it's really bad here as well. It's super unbearable. I cannot stand summer. I thought it would be at least a little better where you're located, but I mean we've been getting up into the 90s here. 37? Is that what it was? I've lost count. Supposed to be 90 today. Do I really want to go mow lawn 80 to 90 degree weather? Like, I don't blame you if you don't. It's so brutal, man. I really do not do well in the heat at all. And it makes me feel sick a lot of the time. I feel quite unmotivated and lazy because of the heat. Like, just, I can't do much when it's this hot out. It needs to get done. Pay a neighbor. Doesn't do anything, does it? Dude. Stop. What's going on? I like how Link just disappears. What is how am I getting hit? He wasn't even swinging at me. He was stunned. No one's around because it's the 4th. True. Throw a bomb at you. don't know. What is that? 38? Oh, that was 39. Good. Okay. Don't need rupees. I don't need rupees. Great. That's all you get. You don't get hearts. Excuse me. Oh, nice. This won't create any lag. $41? Ow, shoot. The yellow ones are a problem. Turn. Why won't you turn? $42. What is this? Okay, awesome. 43. $44. Oh gosh. Where's the head? Oh, it's so lame. Where did you come from? Turn. Okay. Uh, 45? Is that what that was? Oh boy, great. Smacked. Oh, he spotted me. Hit him. All right. Not bad. We're pretty safe. All right. That wasn't so bad. 46? Yeah. Oh, screw off. Oh, he spotted me. Shoot. Ouch. Ow. What do you mean? I disagree. Oh my gosh, this guy's just destroying me. Alright. $47, I think. I don't remember. I keep losing count. We're almost there. Oh. Hello. Ah. See you. Pick up the... Why are you just Pick up the bomb! Why are you just standing there? Is it just the one now? It's not too bad. Getting low there. Doing my best to complete this without using a fairy. But I don't know how well that's gonna go. Can't really back this guy up very much. There we go. I think that's 48. Which means if I can get out of this floor without getting destroyed... Oh, great! I think that dream is over. Oh god, I'm getting fire shot at me. Oh, there's the rest of them. Awesome. It really doesn't do anything, does it? Man, the fire from the sides is brutal. Alright, everybody hit each other. Come on, swing at each other. Not me. Alright. Well, the fairy happened. I couldn't do it. This is a brutal room. It really is. That's what I was hoping for. More of that. Friendly fire. Alright, I've got it under control now. What? I got the spoil. That's so lame. That's probably the last room. I think that's 49. Yay! The Hero's Charm. This mystical trinket gives you the ability to see the life forces of your foes. So basically you wear it and you can see the health, the amount of HP the enemies have, so that's what that is. I think that's actually going to be where I end it today. We have 4. For all of that should have been something way cooler. Yeah, I agree. We have the 5 pieces of the Triforce, and we have the 3 Triforce charts. So we can deal with that next week. I think that's good. I think we are making good progress here. I do have to end a bit earlier today. But yeah. I think that'll pretty much do it. Let me grab... What? What? Here we go. Can I get free fairies from doing this? Nice. Couple of free fairies. And we'll replenish my health at least. Are you kidding me? There we go. Alright. That's gonna do it. I'm gonna call it there. And then next week we might, hopefully, we should be able to finish this up. Hopefully. Hopefully. We will see. We'll see how it goes. Even if I have to stream a little longer, maybe we can make that work. But let's call it there for this week. For week 27 of Triforce Tuesday. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Take care of yourselves. Happy 4th to you if you celebrate as well. I will be back tomorrow with speedrunning, most likely, unless anything happens, but I'll let you guys know. So I'll be back then next week. More Wind Waker, maybe the finale. Hopefully the finale, we'll see. So tune in for that next week. And thank you all so much for all your support, helping us meet a couple incentives today. That was really, really cool. And we'll work our way towards the next incentives as well. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and I will see you soon. Bye!